Está bueno tu hierro, cuidado.
Bueno, güey, está los dos quitarle de la parte de adentro de la cara de arriba. Más de la parte de arriba, nada de abajo. Todo arriba, la rama de arriba. Ahí va. Sí.
No hacer nada, cabrón.
No, lo que digo es que el puto. No me tengas que meter los 15 ramas de la chica, puto. visto eso, olvídate que me da
Pedo, güey, también lo apreté, güey.
Vamos bien, va a salir más gol, güey. Ahí va a salir más gol 13.
Sí, a que no le parezca que la juga.
Estas aquí en mocharlas no están. Mira, está amarrada.
Te lo corto.
Digo que no le cortamos nada de abajo, nada más. Esa no. Está agarrado.
Así lo voy a pegar, Roy. Ahí está.
Esta, mira.
¡Pues! Pinche vieja. Ay, tu vieja, pues.
Ahí tiene que seguir trabajando. No voy a irse a parar ahí dentro de la trailer, güey. Ay, ay, ay. What's up, chat?
Nice shot. Dude, how'd he land on that? That's badass. That's fucking cool, man. I love that. It's cool to watch. I'm sure it's not fun to do. Look at all that shit, man. Look at this, bro. Whew. Man, they got this done fast, bro. That's crazy. Here you go, chat.
Miedo. No sé. No sé qué chingados traía ese día, no me acuerdo. Quiero que traes unas patas miedo, que nada bien arriba.
Yeah. So that's what it looks like with the tree off of it. Not great, huh? Oh, my son will love to watch this, actually. This side looks pretty good, actually. I'm glad we took the kids' car seats out. Fuck, dude. What's up, man? Sorry, I'm a streamer, so I have to make some content so I can make my money back.
There you go. Oh, you got some nice car, wasn't it?
Bruh, it was, yeah. We worked hard on it. Shit's crazy, huh?
There's damage up there. You want me to bring the cell phone to...
Oh, yeah, I will.
later?
Yeah, later. And I got a roofer coming too.
Oh,
That's
okay.
a buddy.
Okay.
I have a live stream. I film drag racing. You go to the racetrack at all?
No.
Race cars?
No,
So I stand on the starting line and watch them race, and that's my job. Yeah, exactly. So I kind of work on cars a little bit. I don't know what I'm doing, but my chat helps me out. They're here helping, watching, hanging out. So this is cool to watch, man. I'm sure it's a lot of work. You guys work really fast too. In the backyard looks amazing.
Think about it, we enjoy it.
True. I can see. You can tell. You do good work, and y'all look like you're having fun. So I appreciate it. Try to stay out of the way. Oh man, I almost cried when somebody just said that. Chop it and cage it. Don't tempt me. All right, Chet. God damn, our front yard is so much bigger than I thought it was. Yeah, these guys are awesome. There it is. That's fucking cool, man. Yeah, I know everybody's got real good ideas for the wood. The problem is I don't really have like the space. I don't know what to do with it. These trees are really common here in Texas, so I would imagine there's a lot of people with this same scenario. And I'm sure I always see like free wood or free, like especially wood chips. Like if you need to mulch your lawn, they give it away. They'll literally just pile it up at a public library sometimes, or like other public places that pile up the fucking mulch, and you can just come take it for free. Yeah. So I don't know how, I mean, maybe if the wood was split correctly into the right size and bundled, like an actual salesperson can sell it for a good amount of money. I'm not arguing that. But for me, I just need this shit out of here so I can keep working with my business, you know? We're doing really good with the car stuff. Oh, the caddy damage? Well, they're still cutting the big stuff. I'll show you the Cadillac in a second when he's done with this one. Hey. Confident that if there is real value to recover out of this wood, that they'll be doing whatever they need to do to recover that value. I'm sure they'll mulch up the parts that need to be mulched, but I bet you there's people that buy big trees like this when they get cut down just like that, and I'm sure that's factored into the price down the line as to how much they're willing to do this job for. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm wrong frequently, but that's what I would guess. So I'm happy with the service we're getting. I'm happy with the price we paid.
We told other people who aren't this that this is the right price.
For me right now, with the family and the stream, and it's the middle of fucking race season, I don't have time to treat wood, chop wood, sell wood. I just don't have time. Yeah, we live in Texas. These trees are really common. We don't even use wood for our fireplace. Our fireplace is, I think, is a gas burning fireplace. It could be wood, but it needs to be repaired. So I think we made the best decision. As with anything in life, you can always look back and do it differently. And other people are definitely going to know more than me, but I'm the only one living this life, so I got to just do what I feel like is right for me and my family at the time. We had a little bit of extra money from the last month that was really successful with Jake's Race and Small Tire Gangsters. So that pretty much covered the initial payment on this so that we were able to get this shit moved out of the way. We'll still have to pay off the bills on it and obviously loss on the Trooper. It is what it is. And the big loss is the tree. Yeah, you thought I had a driveway before, now you're gonna see a fucking driveway. I'm gonna have a whole car lot in here. I gotta look up the rules about having a cover too. I want to cover the driveway with something. Thank you, tech guy. It's only going to get worse with that kind of shit, I feel like. One of the reasons I'm stressing about tonight, TGB. I appreciate you being on that, brother. Insurance is a scam, yeah. They're fighting us. We're gonna have to like probably get a lawyer if we want to try to get insurance money. But it's not even that much money we'd recover. Even with a lawyer fighting for it, if we got the deductible we should get, it's like $3,000 basically. And we're paying, well, I guess, no, actually it would help because then we wouldn't have to pay for the cost of the roof too. We're paying for that out of pocket. Yeah, we would definitely have to pay first for the tree out of pocket. Yeah, the deductible's apparently $15,000. Dude, can we just leave it like that? Can we just leave it like that for a while? Bro, I'm only gonna park the Subi up here. Can we just leave it like that? I'm not even fucking playing, babe. I'll tell him to trim it up. I know when I get coilovers, this would work. Dude, that would be so fucking badass, dude. No moss cutting, please. That's it. Clean it up, boys. I'll take the rest. I'll take it from here. Dude.
Don't think that would be badass?
Yeah, baby, but the tree is cracked.
I should have had the tunnel, man. We could have had the tunnel. I had to think about it. Nah, they need to get it out of here. Yeah, OG disturbed. We're probably gonna have to get a lawyer. Oh, that sauced up. You're gonna lift it up with the back, with the front loader, or the skid steer. Sorry. Oh, look out, bro. Oh, by the way, you guys want to see the damage to the Cadillac? For holding up an entire tree, this is the only damage to the Cadillac. That's it. Can you believe that? That's it, chat. The spoiler, the rear spoiler. It didn't even crack the tail light. Okay, it cracked the tail light, but I bet it still works. I even opened the back door and climbed out of it. I had to park it right here, as you can see, in front of the house. And I had to crawl out the very back door. So right now, you can't tell me the Cadillac's a piece of shit anymore. There we go. Park it in the front door as well. There was nowhere else to park it. I was trying to get it away from all the falling shit in the sky. But you can see our neighborhood is full of trees like this, of different heights. This one wasn't as tall as it was wide, but it stretched across the entire yard. So having all this sunlight in here is weird, man. The engine in the Caddy is a piece of shit, though. Who cares? It works.
kind of weird, but we find out one of the mushroom or the green, and every time you see a mushroom, it's not good time. Even though it's still green, I mean, it's something to do with the roots and everything. So it wasn't that strong. It doesn't like that.
Yeah, we saw that.
Yeah, every time you see a mushroom on the, even on the, anytime on the tree, but mainly you see it around on the, you see that, I mean, they have mangoes and just they're getting weak. That's
Because
one of
we
the
brought
things.
the arborist out so this wouldn't happen, and she said this tree's healthy, strong, straight, and will live 150 more years.
Yeah, well, the thing about it, you know, they're heavy, but you know, a lot of times it can be cough because they're heavy, but with every time you see mushrooms and stuff like that, that means they're not really not healthy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Okay, all right. Yeah, we'll finish to clean up everything.
And we have a roofer coming, so
Okay.
that's why I'm just trying to keep an eye out for it. I thought
okay.
that the guy in the blue shirt, because everybody's wearing yellow, so I thought he was the roofer.
Oh, okay. All right.
Oiga, vamos calientitos, ¿verdad? Es que no me calentó. No te caiga arriba del cañón, no, bebé.
Oh God, where's sugar from? Of course. Yeah, you're in. Yeah, that's the back. I do it. Thank you. If it bends me in front of that's okay. All right. Perfect. Thank you. You got to watch me run weird, guys.
Nothing like a good little rain. Dude, I can't believe I don't have that tree overhead anymore. What's up, chat? You got room for a car lift now? Yeah, Molly won't let me. I've already asked. We are going to put concrete across that whole thing, though, so it's going to be a big-ass parking lot, basically. I got to move the camera back a little bit. Yeah, there's definitely some roof damage, but it's over the garage, so if it does leak, at least it's leaking into a spot that's not the worst. How bad was the caddy damage? Not bad, that I can see. At least the body damage is very minimal. The spoiler, I don't think you can see because the camera's not going to reach. See how it's got a little chunk taken out of it? That's really the only damage in the antenna. But I'm hoping it didn't, like, when it fell on it, I hope it didn't jostle anything, or, you know, I haven't driven it yet, so hopefully it still drives good. Yeah, Boo was fun. Yeah, I appreciate all the tips, guys. $25 tip from Alan. Thank you, brother. $10 from Life versus Jack. $10 from Don C. I appreciate it, guys. Oh, you might not even be able to hear me over there. Try it, man. I don't know what the rain's looking like today. It might be for the rest of the day. If so, I gotta move all this wood so I can back the Subi out. But I think that's a lot more easily done now than it was earlier. I'd only have to move like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces, I think. Is this a good shot, chat, of just a chopped up tree? This is content. I could turn the camera around at me, taking bong rips back here, but I think the numbers would go down probably. Not so often you have a tree down in your front yard. not sure what we're gonna do with the Trooper yet. Yeah, we've got 'em- We've got some wood set aside for like a tabletop rather. But most of the wood they're gonna take and just mulch, probably. That long piece dead in the center right there. Oh yeah, for like if this happened to like a carpenter's house who has like a mill or whatever. If this happened at Marley's house, Marley would definitely be using all this wood. Yeah, the wasps aren't happy, I'll tell you that. But I am not a woodworker. I don't have time to do anything more than I'm doing. And I honestly don't even have time to do the stuff that I'm supposed to do anyway. The house isn't ever as clean as I want it. The yard's never as correct as I want it. None of the cars are working correctly. I work full time and have a family with kids. If I was like a single bachelor with a lot of time, I would definitely try to chop up this wood or sell it or whatever, but I just don't have the time, the energy. I have too many other things I'm trying to do. But we are going to try to reuse some of it. The yard will be easier now without the tree. Oh, for sure. It just sucks because, like, what people sometimes when people are buying a house, one thing I look at more than anything is the view. What does it look like when you look outside from being inside your house? Because that's what you're going to be doing a lot of. Or what does it look like when you're coming home to your house? And the view of this completely changed. Now I see all my neighbors. I never saw any of that shit. This was all completely a green wall because the tree draped over the driveway. You can go back and look at the streams. But now I've got to fucking look at that. Do you know what I mean? That's way different. So it sucks. It is sad. It is what it is. But yeah, I'm very happy with the work these guys have done. There could have been a lot more damage to the property, to the yard, to the roof, to the cars. They were top notch. We'll see what they're going to do. Because they still got to put this stuff away. I'm sure they'll finish loading what they can load. because it's not raining that hard. But I bet they won't grind down. I bet they won't run that grinder over there to grind down the stump. But maybe not, I don't know. Oh, it definitely could have been a lot worse. I'm thankful that it wasn't. It just is what it is. Yeah, it sucks. It also like barriered the sound pretty good from the garage, I think. They're definitely going to hear my shit a lot more, but at least both of my neighbors like across the street and next door are car people. Thank God. But somebody in the neighborhood did call on us for the RV, which we could easily park here now if we had a structure for it. But I gotta sell it, so we can't park it. I gotta sell it to pay for all this. But yeah, this whole area, man, it used to be completely covered. Like, you see how big their tree is. Our tree is like twice the size. The trunk, anyway. Yeah, Trevor's got a big smash in it. The whole hood in the front is smashed into the driver's seat. I haven't gotten into the driver's seat to see, like, how much damage is there, but the Cadillac didn't take as much damage as we thought it would. Trevor took more damage as the tree settled, too, last night, so we're thankful that they helped us move the Cadillac out of the way. Because if we didn't move the Cadillac yesterday, it would have gotten crushed more. I would put up a fence. I don't know if I can. I don't think anybody else in our neighborhood has a fence, like in their front yard or whatever. But yeah, a fence would be awesome. It'd be so nice to let my dogs run around in the front and the back and just let them be free as they can be. Hey, Marley, what's up, buddy? How bad's the damage? Oh, could somebody post... Is there a picture? I wonder if Molly's got a picture or somebody's got a picture in there. The Trooper, the whole front's all smashed in. The hood, anyway. And the tree's gone, bro. It's a big-ass tree, dude. 150-year-old oak tree. Oh, man. Oh, dude, you could do so much stuff with this wood. I've been thinking about that this whole time. I was like, fuck, I wish I had a little bit of Marley in me and I knew what I was doing, had some equipment. I'd fucking chop this whole thing up. The roof to the house took some damage too. I would show you, but it's raining outside right now, so I don't know if I have an umbrella. Do I even own an umbrella? I think I do. I think one came with the Cadillac, to be honest with you. There might be one around here somewhere. Two-inch planks off that, worth the fortune. Yeah, that's what everybody keeps saying, dude. I don't have the time or the money. Somebody fly Marley out here. I'll tell them to leave everything else they haven't loaded. Marley, you chop all this shit up, and you can take back all the money with you. Did the storm knock it over? I think the rain did, to be honest with you. I think the ground just got so saturated that the roots gave way, because the tree was super healthy, according to the arborist. We had like a professional tree lady come out and look at it, and they trimmed it up real good to make sure it was its healthiest. My thought is it was so healthy that it grew a lot more than it usually grows, and then that combined with the rain and stuff, it just toppled over, because the whole tree basically grew out one way. Like, it didn't cover this side of the house. There was another tree that was sitting over here before we moved in that they had to cut down because it actually died. It was full of carpenter ants. But that tree covered the house the other way. So this tree it went straight up here, but it covered out over the front of the house. So my theory is it was just so fucking heavy and big on one side that it just toppled right over. I need to send all this shit up to Fuckville Forest into Millville. How much to mail this? Somebody look it up. How much to mail this chunk right here? Mario will clean it up nice. You can make a nice Canadian grizzly out of that too if you wanted. Imagine if I had some artwork in me. I could just carve little fucking bears out of all this shit. I can't, man. I don't have time. I'm so busy. What is it? It's 12 right now. I'm supposed to be like leaving for the track in like 4 hours. So I got shit I have to do. Got to eat some food. Got to make some food. I got to figure out how I'm going to get the Subi out of here. I'm going to have to move some of these woods around because I think it's going to keep raining until the evening. Then tonight it's not supposed to keep raining. So my thought is it's going to probably start a little bit later for the Cinco de Mayo race tonight. I'm still going to get there on time. I plan on being there or when the track's hot at 6 o'clock. So that's when I'll be live from the track, which is in about 5.5, 6 hours. So that's the plan, but I think it's going to be raining for the first little bit, like just before it. So I think they might have to dry the track for an hour or so. I'm thinking it's going to stop. I think you're right. The saturated ground mixed with all the weight pulling it to one side brought it down. Yeah, and apparently these trees, these oaks, their roots aren't like as deep as you would think. Like the roots they weren't like super strong looking or whatever, but according to people, like they weren't unhealthy. It was just like that's kind of how these trees are. Which is insane to me that this fucking heavy ass thing had those tiny little roots. Those logs are going to be sturdy. Oh yeah, I can move all of these myself for sure. Those I cannot do myself. But that one might give me some trouble. Where's that guy right there? And this motherfucker right there might give me some trouble. But I can scooch all this stuff. And I have a dolly if I need to. The drought before all of a sudden rain too. That's what I mean, yeah. Like, not only was the tree in full bloom, it had all its leaves. Do you know what I mean? It was as heavy as it's going to be. Then it soaked. Like it flooded, soaked for a little while. Did they get the root ball out? The root ball kind of came halfway out itself. So not yet. They have a stump grinder over there that they're going to use to grind the stump. I don't know how, if they remove the root ball or if they just grind it down. I'm not sure. I know for a fact those big ones are going to be hundreds of pounds. Yeah, I'm not as strong as I used to be. I'm pretty strong, or I used to be pretty strong. But I don't lift anymore. I'm not in the gym anymore. The only thing I lift is like a 18-pound camera stand over my head at night, a lot. So I guess it's kind of like a kettlebell. But it's crazy, like my left arm is getting so much bigger than my right arm now, which never was the case. Like I'm always been right arm dominant. Well, I still am right arm dominant. But I have one of my injuries from the military time is a shoulder injury that never healed right, and I've never quite had the same strength in the right shoulder as I used to. And now that I'm at the track so much, when I'm lifting the camera up, all of the weight is pretty much on my left hand because I'm holding the camera stand with that, and I'm pushing that up into the air, and then I got my right hand on the zoom, you know what I mean? And I'm got my arms fully extended over my head, lifting that shit up. So my left arm's getting fucking jacked. I need to get it evened out because it's starting to look weird. And it really triggers my like OCD. So when I think about my arms being uneven, it like disturbs me greatly. We're also waiting on car parts. There's a boost controller that I'm waiting on. We replaced the solenoid already, but the actual OEM boost controller, we believe, is faulty, and it's causing the car to not create enough boost smoothly, and also it hasn't been letting me go above 8 pounds of boost or so, and it kind of like stutters up to that 8 pounds, so it's not like a smooth acceleration either, which a lot of people have had this issue before apparently. So that's the next thing we've changed in the saga of trying to get Boo Boo running. But yeah, basically it's gonna have all the bolt-ons for the turbo besides the turbo and the downpipe and the intake, really, and the mass airflow sensor. Okay, so there's a lot more stuff I can still do, but we replaced the bypass valve that it's got stock with the blow-off valve. We replaced the internal wastegate actuator, the stock one, with the like a aftermarket internal wastegate actuator. And then we're going to have the boost control solenoid and the boost controller both replaced. So I'm hoping that we just get smooth, comfortable boost power. I'm thinking for maybe 15 pounds of boost. Nothing more. I'm going to keep it on the stock small tune. Get all trees whited. That one have to fall. I know, man. It's that TSV luck. Is there a merch link? Somewhere there'll be a merch link. It's our Fourth Wall account. So if you see anything with Fourth Wall in it, that's probably the link. All of our merch is online because, again, I'm not good at dealing with that kind of stuff. But yeah, if you want to support with some merch, you can just you should be able to type exclamation merch or store in whatever chat you're watching, and it should bring up a link to our store merch. There it is. Thank you, government or tech guy. Thank you, government cheese block. Thank you. Is the race tonight at Yellow Belly? No, we'll be at XRP tonight. Tonight and tomorrow at XRP, and then Sunday back at Yellow Belly. I wonder if that sound is them sharpening their tools. Sounds like every chain sharpener I've ever heard. Well, there you go. I guessed right. I've never really heard one, I don't think. Not that I know of. Does Yellow Belly have scheduled events? Thinking of coming out on a Friday night, but want to make sure there's something going on. Yeah, I wish I could tell you. No is probably the answer. They don't have scheduled events. Every week is week to week. So some weeks they might schedule an event, and by that I mean like post on a Thursday or something that they're going to be open Friday. But there's not a set schedule like you would think there is. If you drive up to the track, it'll say it's open Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday, or Thursday, Friday, and Sunday. But they're almost always never open Friday or Saturday, unless there is some sort of an event. All right, Chad, good hanging with you. I'm going to go get ready for tonight. Y'all hang out here and watch the rain dry up, hopefully.
cold. Shit, guys, it's cold. Hey, FYI, we're live. So, you want to come over here? Are you able to get up when it's raining? I don't know. You know how that works.
Probably not. Let's see if I got my boots on the roof.
Okay.
Right here's where it hit.
Yeah, right up here.
That's good. We ain't gonna leak shit.
Yeah.
That's good.
No, yeah.
That's a good
If
sign.
we need to get into the attic, we can take the TV and stuff down. But we just didn't know if we needed to. So.
Give me just a minute.
Okay.
It should be going to the top. I got my boots on time with it.
Okay.
Looks like we ain't gonna leak, so that's good.
Yeah.
What's up, brother?
What's up, brother?
Whew. They got the
What's
back
up?
of the Cadillac.
This looks like that. Oh boy, GIF shingles. We should be able to still get it.
Okay, yeah, they patched it before we bought it.
Okay.
Like the.
You don't have any of the shingles? They leave you the shingle temperature?
No.
No.
But I do know like there were spots that the inspector found, and so they were able. Like we don't even know where they were at.
Right.
They were able to match
So
it.
they're matching.
Yeah. But I think this is the side here or the back. If we need to get up.
Doesn't the yard look like 3 times the size?
So different. Wow. Look, did you see the holes in
Huh?
the ground?
No, but is that from where they?
Where it slithers to the ground.
Yeah.
God, it's cold, baby. What the hell?
I know. I gotta work tonight in it. You're telling me I gotta stand out there.
This goddamn jacket with
I
all
gotta
the winter
Fucking
shit
stand
on
out there in this humid bullshit.
it. The Cadillac. Hey, at least it's cleanish.
Shout out to Danny Duckworth and LCR for hooking
Yeah.
it up, man. Coming out here to make sure the patch job is good before they need to figure out
Hey,
what all repairs need to happen.
Go loyal. I like that.
Oh yeah, 1844 Go Loyal if you need some construction work done.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, perfect. Ah,
Dude, I don't even like heights. I won't get on that thing.
no, I get up on the roof to clean it off from the tree. I guess I don't have to do that anymore, huh?
Not that one. Yeah, this would be a lot less raking. Not this one though. This one still hangs out
Yeah.
a lot more than.
But that stump, it sunk even further down. Like,
Oh yeah,
how
it's
much
like
it's
a
pulled
hole.
up. Yeah, but from yesterday.
Oh yeah, it settled. Yeah.
He said he's going to grind it out. So I'm
Yeah.
probably going to ask if they'll probably move all of my stones because they're so good about it anyways.
Last chance to keep any of these things.
People were saying, so that you see that's the stump that has the knob on the top.
Yeah.
That like that knob, if it's burl, I don't know, BURL, that is a more valuable piece than the piece any other pieces. People like burls. I don't know.
What's a
why.
burl mean?
Just like a knot in it, like a sticking out knot. I googled it because I didn't know what it was.
So just that piece like that? Somebody would want that piece of wood?
Yeah, for like a table, like a coffee table type thing, or like a.
There's no way.
I know, it's crazy. No, so, like 4 different people were talking about it. Like somebody said that they saw an oak piece with a really nice burl, like sold for like $1,000. Oh, I thought you were talking to me. Woo! I can't believe the window didn't crack.
On the caddy?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, should I just take it tonight?
No.
We got the new tire on it.
Yeah, but they're both low. And it's gonna
We
take
gotta air
40
'em up.
years
Yeah,
to
that's
air 'em
true.
up. And I want to take it for
I'm
a
gonna
short
drive.
ride.
I'm gonna drive Boo Boo today with bad boost, Boo Boo. But it'll be on the highway that I don't like to speed on anyway. So I set that cruise at 70.
I wish that guy was so nice that he jumped out and like came in the rain.
This
and
whole
put
crew
it
has
on.
been badass.
Perfect, man. Oh, did we?
We got lucky. Hell yeah!
Finally. Oh, is it just shingle damage?
It just bunches them up.
Oh, nice.
Listen, it's not gonna let it quit raining.
Okay.
We're talking about probably 2 bundles of shingles.
Okay, bet.
So I'm gonna send you my roofer's number.
Okay.
Y'all just get together.
Perfect.
Be way cheaper.
Hey,
Okay, perfect.
I trust you, bro.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's why I said, I don't care what you
You're
charge.
good. You got there's ice and water. I mean, synthetic felt underneath here.
Okay.
So if anything gets through, it's gonna.
I don't make a lot of money on streaming,
Okay.
but I made almost $1,000 on your
On yours.
on your car blowing up, which sucks because I love that. I talk about that car all the time. It's the cleanest car I've ever seen, like
It's
cleanest
so
street
clean.
car anybody ever sees. Nobody does a cleaner street car than that. Well,
Actually, the black hood really don't look too bad.
you know, but it's still, but you'll figure it out though.
Yeah.
And your style is like I like it, and I'm like I want to work with racing people that I like
Yeah.
because
I get a repaint.
I got to pay money to somebody. So
Like I told my boy, we got too much racing going on right now to be down too much. You know, any
That's-
painter's gonna take too much.
that's
to
what
paint.
people were telling me. Chop up all this wood and stuff. I'm like, bro, I'm finally getting a little momentum. I got to be at the track tonight. Like I need this wood moved so I can get the Subi out.
Yeah. So,
No, that cut it up good.
No, this crew's been fucking awesome. I recommend them for sure.
the most professional group we've
They've helped
ever-
every step. They helped us get the Cadillac unstuck. Oh, dude.
Yeah,
You see where that was? The tree was resting on the caddy. I couldn't.
Yeah,
You
they
couldn't
helped
shake
me.
the caddy. They helped prop the tree up while it was still all together and like
They came
let the air out of the
just to
tires.
get
Got
it
the
out.
back rear end squished down and let us scoot the caddy out. So we saved the car. So like,
Yeah.
I mean,
Because the tree fell even further.
the badass crew.
Because you see
The whole
you can see
top
the
is
trooper house.
fucking smashed in.
It was by the time I got it this morning, it was leaning so far that the 2 wheels on the side were almost off the ground.
They're gonna grind that stuff.
You know what that
Yeah.
tells me though? It wants to do wheelies. That's when we chop the top off and LS swap it.
Right.
Maybe a CTSV swap. Since it's all-wheel drive, can we figure out how to do that? Maybe go fuck up them track hawks that have been showing up at the track
We
lately.
just got it.
You know what? You should never seen them. Now there's quite a few of them.
Bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, Subis too, man. These motherfuckers coming out with faster. My car's so slow now. It's slow compared to the other cars. And now all the Subis that are quicker show up. I'm running behind, man. So I was like, got to get this tree out. I got a bypass. What we got? A boost controller on the way.
Yeah,
If the UPS guy shows up, I'll put that in before we go to XRP, so I can try to get there on boost.
I think as long as it gets out there, I think we'll be good.
Yeah.
It won't take them about if it'll stop. It won't take them about a full 2 hours. They can
Oh,
get
yeah.
back and be race ready 2 hours.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're going to be good
Are
tonight.
you coming tonight?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yellow Belly
We
won't be
tested-
open tonight,
We
but
yeah.
tested last night out there.
I wanted to
Was
go
there
last
one
night.
No, there wasn't.
I was.
There
I
probably
tried to
20,
promote it
25,
because I was
30
like,
cars. I thought it was gonna be packed out
Yeah,
there.
Yellow Belly
dude, I was
dead,
like, bro,
too.
every time you see a big race at anywhere, it's a $400, $300 tech card the day before. But XRP is open for a $20 tech card on Thursday. I was like, y'all need to go test. I said, even while I was streaming at the gut, I was like, any racers should probably go tonight to XRP if you want to make some hits because they're gonna have a prep track and it's $20.
Yeah.
You
It
can't
was
get.
good. The lanes, they kept us flowing. I held
Yeah.
made 3 or 4 hits.
Well,
Nice.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Alrighty. Well,
Fuck, man. Good luck tonight.
yeah. We had to park it. It like literally, it's almost touching the door. Because it was right here.
Yeah, the cars saved it from the house. To be honest with
Yeah.
you,
He took most of it.
We'd rather hit the car
Yeah.
than the house.
That's-
at this point.
that's-
You know what
Well, that's but
I
unfortunately.
mean? Tree that big.
I would have rather it crushed this one than that one.
Ridiculous rafters and all
Oh,
kinds
yeah.
of
Oh
stuff.
yeah, I can't imagine. Yeah.
You go on some of my page, look at some of the trees I did in Tennessee and stuff. Oh, that's
Yeah.
through houses.
Oh, dude,
Yeah.
what a mess.
Yeah.
Beautiful tree. That tree probably. Please don't tell me how old that tree is.
They said we had an arborist come and check it to make sure this didn't happen. She said it was healthy, straight,
I
strong.
know.
And live for 100. She says 150. We'll live for another 150.
Yeah, but I know what
That
happened
was a
because when we
one-
I know
treat
you
so
got the rings somehow.
Yeah.
we paid the arborist right to
Yeah.
trim it all up.
Yeah.
It's like a good pot grower. They got this shit growing fucking so it was fucking full and in the spring and then the huge
We're
rain
ready to
after the
drought.
drought
Yeah.
and this tree was it didn't cover this side of the house at all the branches were this way.
Yeah.
There was another tree that covered the other side of the house so it only had weight this way.
Yeah.
And it just it was too heavy.
Yeah. Well, they cut it yesterday to help us get the Cadillac out, and the water was just pouring out of the tree. As they
LS9 swap. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. We just need a LS9 donor.
Well, okay. So you remember there was that that Volkswagen that guy bought. It had been running for like 20 years, winning all that stuff, and then he flipped it the very first pass, and it landed on XRP.
Oh,
The
yeah.
plane
He
and it
tacoed the
landed,
whole fucking top
and
side
it was
of it.
tall, and it barely missed his head.
He could have died in that thing. His head was like barely. It was the
Yeah.
craziest shit.
But he fixed it.
Yeah, he came
And
back and made some hits.
Like 2 weeks later. So I'm like, I know that's gone, but at the same time, I'm like, but maybe.
Well, the daily part of it's gone for now,
Yeah.
but we're gonna do something to it.
Yeah.
We'll chop the top and make it a convertible
And of
that you
course,
drive around
I
in
just
the
filled the gas
sunlight.
tank up. There's like 20 plus of. We put premium in it because we wanted it to last longer.
Oh yeah,
So it's like-
we're gonna put that in the Subi later. Don't worry. That's my '93 sitting right there. It's my overflow tank.
So,
When gas prices go up, I'm putting 284, 93 octane in here.
so, it also like was resting like right here. You see on the edge. Is that fine right there?
I feel like what you're really worried about is like pierces.
Didn't crack nothing.
Okay.
See where it's top?
Yeah.
It didn't crack nothing. You'd have a crack right there.
Okay.
I think you actually lucked out pretty good.
Okay.
It hit like the strongest part, right? That very peak. I'm guessing.
One thing is to fix that little edge right there.
Okay.
You got a couple right here to fix it.
Yeah.
You're probably talking about no more than a square to fix totally. So
Okay. So good.
$100 of materials and paint over the roof.
Okay.
Oh yeah, okay, that's great. Perfect.
Perfect,
Yeah.
yeah.
You don't have to replace the whole roof.
It's like,
Good.
'Cause I'll fight the insurance companies, but I'll do that later. I gotta pay for it now. You
here's
know what I
a
mean?
question.
I mean, listen, to be honest with you, since it's trees and you should have tree coverage on your policy,
Yeah.
If this tree go in your house, some of the trees I cut for it, like 60 to 70 grand, it cut some of those trees.
Yeah.
So it's all, so you don't deal by how big it is, you go measure the base of that stump,
Yeah.
biggest part of the tree, and that's what insurance will tell you.
Oh,
Yeah.
good.
So, what you do here is, it's like, it's a big tree there,
Okay.
big, one that eats up that $15,000, if you remember,
Yeah.
they take their 15 grand right off the rip.
Okay.
Yeah.
So whatever they pay, they're gonna get their deductible regardless.
Right.
Yeah.
And the rest of it goes to the tree. And then, so if you want to fight that, that's on the same.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that is one on.
Yeah, because our realtor was the one who helped us get the tree guys out, and she said like the value suck on the house. That tree was probably 20.
Oh, yeah, Amy's,
More.
Amy's gonna have a big gaping hole right here that you're gonna have to fill in.
Yeah.
It just makes,
It fucked everything up.
Yeah, absolutely, it's gonna be an
Oh.
eyesore for a minute.
I was telling people, I was like, that's what people don't think about when they move somewhere is what you look at. And we my first house with her, which we lived in the whole first part of the stream, 600 square foot, and we shared a fence with a military base. And a metal, like a fucking barbed wire fence. And it was the trash cans in a motor pool, bro. So I'm fucking dealing with fumes and like bullshit. It was always bad health. Like,
Yeah.
this was our tree oasis, dude. It covered like that one, but even further. It almost touched the ground all the way out across the driveway.
The branch,
You use some type of fountain out here now or something.
Yeah.
the branch that landed on the SUV.
I want to cover it
was
up.
low. Like you could like jump up on it. Like they boys are like, I can't quite make a on it.
Hello. What's going on? Which one?
It also damaged this.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, I'm trying to, I was wondering, Timothy said he'd been trying to get hold of you.
All right. So do we end it now, or do we just let it run?
It's in the last
No, I'll send you, give me just a minute, I'll send you the breakout number.
Okay.
The other fireplace, if y'all want to rebrick it, you can rebrick it, or if you got enough pieces, you can build it.
Yeah, it's the same as that on the out. It's on the inside. It's just a lot of cracks where the foundation shifted. Does he do inside of fireplaces? Okay.
Fireplace guy. Y'all know him?
Yeah, Adam.
He
Yeah.
came out and
Adam's the truth. I've been using Adam.
Yeah.
for years.
Oh,
That's the
yeah.
person I use. One thing about old Adam is he's gonna pass inspections. Everything's gonna be A.
Right.
Yeah, they came out.
I never had a problem.
You don't got any stress about dealing. That's why I use these guys in the tree. I was like,
If you notice Google fireplaces and Dallas, there's not too many people that put them in.
no.
There's not. There's not. There's another one that's in Plano. He's high dollar.
Really?
And then
Yeah.
there's, I just seen, matter of fact, I just passed one on 35. I took a screenshot of it because I'd never seen it before. I'm gonna try them just to see. Leonard's Fireplace and Stone,
Oh yeah.
right off 35. Look, that's a pretty good place, but it's hard to mess with that one.
Yeah.
Well,
It's just,
they came.
I
out
want to
here.
support racers too.
Yeah.
Like that's the community I'm trying to get involved in.
you know,
So
his wife runs the office, and it's
Oh,
just
yeah.
really, it's easy.
They came
Right.
out and they looked at it because you're supposed to. Because we just bought the house. In fact, my realtor sent me a message today saying "Happy 1 year." Thanks. But the inside's cracked, and so we can't use it until it's fixed.
The
So,
box.
like the whole.
firebox.
Yeah, he said that it's smooth, but there's just a crack in it, and it's from when the foundation shifted. So. But the gas doesn't work also, so we don't know why that is.
They got turned off.
We used the key and they couldn't get it to turn on. So the people we bought it from died. Like it was a elderly.
Did y'all spill any gas or anything on that?
No.
I bet they got it blocked off. I bet there's a cutoff valve to it somewhere.
Yeah.
Mm.
Guarantee there's another cutoff valve to it.
Okay.
Really
Yeah, usually there's
Okay.
a cutoff valve to it.
interesting.
Maybe
Yeah.
look at one of those rocks, if one of those rocks pull
Pulled
out or
out.
something.
Okay.
Ah,
Yeah, that's smart.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like nobody knew anything about like they didn't even have kids. It's like a nephew or a cousin's kid, and he didn't even live in Texas. That is in charge of the estate. So we had no like what you see is what you figure out, you know. And
So like I got a rent house in Garland, and it's got a like an old school, you know, the houses we built in the 40s back
Yeah.
then. But it's got a lantern, a gas lantern still in the front yard.
Yeah.
And it's got a valve. We didn't know that's how we couldn't get it light. Well, you follow the line right when it goes in the house. There's a cutoff valve there.
Oh man.
yeah, because like in our backyard,
That's
we
cool.
have the base of another light that's electrical, and so his dad does some electrical stuff, and he said, "Oh yeah, if we can figure out where it goes, we can get it running again." And I said, "Okay, that's kinda
Yep.
cool." Yeah. Well,
Yeah, you got to design you something out here if that tree gets gone.
yeah, yeah.
More car
It's gonna
spots.
be a big- yeah,
I wanna-
You could concrete it in and make one.
That's what I want.
Yeah.
Well, we were thinking
Because
about
we wanted
a
to do a
circle
big
drive.
circle drive so I could just
Yeah.
pull
The
through.
one right here?
Yep.
Yeah.
But then I could park whatever
Then you can get
long-term
RV.
projects over
No,
there.
we can't,
Not in Fort Worth.
Not at all.
That's got to be behind a
If-
fence,
if
like
you-
At
a
all times.
yeah,
If it's a Class A,
yeah.
Oh,
Ours
they
is
got
30.
you there.
Yeah,
but if it's a
we're selling. We got to sell it to pay for all this.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's we're gonna say buy that
Yeah.
and try maybe get one of those
Yeah.
eventually. Maybe something smaller than that, but
yeah.
shit, I could just use a pop-up tent to be honest with you. That RV is so fucking big. I can't believe I drive that thing. You know what I mean? It trips me out sometimes. I don't want to think about how big it is. Like I'll
Yeah.
check my mirrors the whole time, but I can't think about how long that fucking thing is, and I'm driving it.
Yeah.
And you can get some good campers like that. 7, 8, 9 grand.
Right.
It's nice.
Right.
Really?
Yeah,
That's
they got- them campers are diamond dozen. Good thing about them campers.
Yep,
they're
a lot of them.
everywhere.
Yep.
Lots of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Shit, when it was falling over the tree, they were almost done with it. They had it shaved down to all the big parts, and they just made a little arch over the driveway. I almost just kept that because I could fit the Subi under it. This block extra shield for whenever I'm running from somebody. I could just pull right into the tree.
Hey, somebody named Government Cheese Block, Will Aquila.
What?
Gifted. So Government Cheese Block gifted somebody in our chat with a TSV sticker sheet.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Hell yeah! Thank you.
But I think the other problem with it was is that they replaced the entire sewer.
No winners.
What do you mean no winner?
I don't know. I'm just seeing this. I don't know. I'm trying to read the chat. Everything's charged for tonight, though, right, babe?
Yeah. Well, at least that Creek World's gonna get sunlight now.
Yeah.
Half of it broke off, but The other half is going to be strong, I guess.
I'm gonna be happy when those stumps are grinded down though.
Yeah.
The extra ones, so we can actually do shit over there.
Okay.
Circle driveway would be sick. Expensive though. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
These were all ideas before this happened.
Yeah. This is what we were saving for.
Maybe next year, if things are good, before things go bad again.
Okay. So I signed up for the Cinco de Mayo group, and there's literally nothing on it. They haven't sent anything. If they have, I can't read past them.
That's the WhatsApp.
No,
Yeah,
it's not
but
leaking.
what's that?
It's not leaking.
I don't know anything about
No.
what's that.
Really just put the shingles over. So you could probably line it all back out and just nail it back down and it'll be fine. There's a couple. Do you want him to place the ones on the edges too?
If that's,
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's what's there.
Yeah, for sure.
You'll see on the edges, there's a couple of them that's bust off. They want those replaces. Probably 3 bundles. Maybe I would get a square both. Let's come and bring a square shingles just to be safe. Call me back.
I love,
We'll take the extra ones for if it's
yeah.
something.
Yeah.
If we got more damage.
Whoever's
for
at
them.
the
Yeah, for
I
sure.
love the lingo, and like every business has different like lingo. 'Cause I was in fuel, like you delivered fuel to, you know, all sorts of places, and our lingo was so crazy. But then it's like square,
The bobtails, the transports, the box trucks.
Yeah.
I remember all the fucking.
yeah.
Yeah.
Your fanny pack is in your camera bag. Guys, who knows how to use WhatsApp? Because I don't. So I joined it, right? The Cinco de Mayo. So they told us to, so we would know like what's going on. Then I click on it and there's nothing. So like, does that mean there's nothing like in the chat?
That red, Parkwood, yeah, I think it's Parkwood.
So when I hit explore the community, it doesn't give me anything extra. Oh, and I'm also asking y'all questions, and Chris has the phone, so I can't actually see any. When he comes back with the chat, I'll read it. Isn't this so, like, relaxing? It's alright, but it's like,
I like those lights. It's pretty cool. First time I've really seen them up person like that. It's pretty cool.
they're not that expensive, I think.
You got to do it yourself?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's pretty easy to put together.
yeah. The hardest part is because you're above your head. And to plan out, like, to make it even,
Yeah.
that was the hardest part. And then, of course, going around everything. But we have 2 packs, so 2 single driveway, or single car. And we still have about a third of the lights left.
How much were they?
$170.
Right. Oh,
Yeah.
so-
Oh no, $120 is it?
Where's your fucking
Music on it? Do we have this one? And it can be either plugged in or hardwired.
Okay.
So like we
That's
have,
really good. I see y'all have them. They do a bunch of these.
yeah.
Did they change colors? Or just
No,
all
these
of
ones,
them?
yeah.
Just light.
They did have the ones that changed color, but then it like quadrupled the price.
Right.
But all white looks good.
No, it looks really good. It really does.
You have the TSV code? The TSV code? Yeah. Good, nice smelling water. What do you,
Hell yeah.
what do you want me to play? Old hip hop. 90s. You only use that a lot.
shingles on this zone.
Right.
I'm pretty sure it's bark wood.
Yeah.
Pretty sure, but
Right.
I think we just have to let it dry out, send them out here, get it, and then.
So like, so next week we'll come back out or
As
something
soon as
like
it
that?
dries up, I told him to get on.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, as soon as it dries up, where we can see the shingles coming, he'll go get it.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. Hello, hello. Dang, your circle driveway was 17K. Get that chump change, right? God dang. Yeah, they are really good at, like, they've already started cleaning up. They were in the process of sweeping when it started raining. I don't know if you can see, but like right there are the brooms and the rakes. And no one was hurt. The tree fell in the middle of the night, not last night, but the night before. And then under the tarp is Trevor, my Isuzu Trooper, and it landed squarely like a hot dog. Squished him. The Cadillac, it landed on it, resting, and it just so far has only broke the spoiler. Who knows if like the suspension is messed up at all or whatnot, so let's hope not. And then the Subaru was in the garage, so he's fine. The roofer just came, actually he's here right now, and he said we got really lucky that all of the weight of the fall on the tree, from the tree, landed on the cars. So the only damage to the roof is just the shingles were kind of like scrunched, like kind of like pinched together. So nothing has been compromised like structurally, and like he doesn't even have to tarp it. Like all they have to do is like either come back and like flatten and like re-nail, or if it's like ripped, then just like replace a section. So he said, I don't know how much a square is, but he said just maybe a square at most and have extra. Yeah, I'm going to definitely check the suspension. Yeah, the only reason why they stopped was because it started raining, and they used that as their lunch break, I'm assuming. So yeah, I haven't got to see Trevor up close without a tree on him, with like a undistracted mind, because I did tarp him because it started raining, so I saw it, but I didn't like really get to see it. So, but yeah, like the windshield is crunched all the way down. Yeah.
Yeah, that was what we were going to do next. Took the carburetor into the car.
Yeah, I have a hand, like, nerve damage in my hand, so, like, I can't feel, like, any of this. And then my other fingers on both hands have, like, less feeling in them. And so I used to be able to type, like, 100 plus words a minute. Like, I was so fast. And now I can barely, like, feel the keyboard to type. And then add on to that, Henry has come through and, like, popped off half my keys, it feels like. The Y is popped off, and, like, the M is popped off, and a few other ones, and it's a laptop, so like you can't just snap them back on, which is ridiculous. So half the time I miss the keys because I can't feel it, and the other half I miss the keys because they're not there. I think the only thing that kept the windshield from collapsing for there was the dash. Very much could have been, yeah.
This last time the doctor told me his heart had to heal him, and like he healed some, and
Yeah.
well, it's weak. And they told him, just enjoy life, and just go on, try not to get stressed.
Yeah.
Jeez.
No stress. That's probably what it is.
My brain knows that Trevor is totaled and there's no returning him to his previous state as a normal SUV. But my heart is telling me that, you know, there was somebody at XRP last year that flipped their car and it landed on its top on the sidewall and it caved it in sort of similarly, and they were able to repair it. But I know that landing a light Volkswagen at an angle with a roll bar, because it also broke the roll bar. I remember that it broke like the one that goes like across top of the windshield. Like that's how like hard it hit. Like is different than what happened here. But I have had this car through thick and thin, and damn. I have a Fox Sparta in there, Lord. Let's see if I can get that to open. Oh, what a... Dang it. The befores and afters just kick you right in the throat, don't they?
That's it. All the time. Yeah, the best. I haven't seen a real OG in a long time.
That sucks.
Man, I'm sorry, bro. I got seasoned. No worries, man. Give that shit to me. I saved them. And we grew up playing during COVID.
5 pounds of raisins sound awful.
A year afterwards, I
You know, and the funniest thing is that I hate convertibles. I hate them with an ever-loving passion. Oh, hold on. Mailman. Hello. Hey. Mailed this. Thanks for having me.
They did. I know, like right in front of the door. Like, I don't think it'll fit in the front room,
I
guys.
got some here.
Maybe the other door
This
open.
is her first adventure.
Slap. Y'all have a good one.
You too. Y'all know you're in a great neighborhood when the postman like have a conversation every time.
I wouldn't like smoke it, or you can, but it's not something you can probably make some weekends.
Yeah, it sucks. Like it would suck. It sucks to like lose a car in like a wreck, right? If you cause the wreck, then you feel like shit because you're like, I fucked my own car up. Daisy pants? Yeah. Is that why she's screaming?
Make sure you got her.
So she's getting pet horse shots.
I got 5 dogs. I promise you, she'll be all over me. I'm a dog lover, man. I think I can rescue everything.
And if you get wrecked, then it's like, oh, it sucks. Like somebody wrecked me. But this is different. Like there's nothing we could have done to avoid this other than not parking in our driveway, except that we paid money for an arborist to come and check the tree to make sure that everything was great. Like we did it all. And they're like, oh, this tree is going to live for another 150 years.
But she pretend like she was. But her and the other dog, bro, if I have their rope, all I have to do is hold it out. They immediately lock on to the other side, and they for a fucking hour, dude, until they're just passed out. But it's cool. Like she used to not be like that, but the other dog is a pure pit pointer mix. She's like a weird hunt dog. I'm gonna finish.
Exactly, yeah. And like,
But she's all big, fancy. She's always been.
yeah. Here one day, gone the next, and like nothing you could do to change it. And like the tree being gone is like, again, like I was telling people yesterday, like people like my friends, I was like, it's like losing 2 friends, you know. I don't know if y'all can see this, but y'all see that? All that dirt, and there's some there. That's where the tree hit so hard into the ground that it dug, like it indented the ground. Yeah, it fell over, the roots and all. You can kind of see here so there's the stump still in the ground. You see the rocks and the dirt, like from the flower bed or whatever. Yeah, it just sunk like.
You're a dog person. You gotta meet this dog. Fancy, come here. Fancy, get inside. Go. She'll listen to voice command. She won't. She's too strong, but she is so sweet. Yes.
Yeah, so basically, from everything that we've gathered so far, is Texas has been in a drought. At least our area has, like a pretty severe drought. And in fact, this is like one of the very first thunderstorms of the season.
Hey babe, you see the spot? I knew Fancy got her, but she yelled real hard.
It took a while for it to bleed.
Just now bleeding. Pretty colors.
Yeah.
She's pretty colors.
The vet thinks she's a healer hound mix.
Yeah.
She points.
Pointer.
Pointer, yeah. Healer pointer.
Pointer.
There was a dove in the grass in the backyard, and she got down. She jumped it to get it out of in the air. 2 leaps, caught it in her head, shook it, killed it. Chris got it out of her mouth, said it was dead, but no damage to the.
Just make sure. Don't need to clean it or nothing.
Yeah, I'll pour some peroxide into it. Of course.
That was word on it. Pretty cool dog. Well, until then, they've never actually.
Sorry.
That was the first time.
There's a mudslide out in Texas the same day. Oh man, I didn't even hear about that.
Right over the road. They were just running outside. Zooming
Yeah.
together.
And then there was this little tiny, not tiny, probably the size of like my hand.
She thinks she's the shit.
About halfway up the main trunk. And it looked like, you know those mushrooms that are like flat, like shelves or whatever? There was like a big one and then like 2 smaller ones like underneath it, like a set of 3. So a big flat one, a smaller one, and a smaller one. And that formed, I don't know, sometime like in the fall maybe. And the guys here were telling us that when mushrooms start to form on trees, that is not necessarily a great sign. So our thinking is it was old, it was strong, but various things through the weather, we've had a lot of very wet, like last season was so wet, and then it all of a sudden stopped. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm gone.
all right.
You got the roofer's number?
Yes.
Just let
Yeah.
call him.
Okay.
Introduce yourself.
Okay.
Send your address.
All right.
As soon as it dries, he knows to come get the shingle color. And
Okay.
then he'll deal with all the prices.
All right, perfect. And then the brick guy, whenever you get a chance, because obviously we can't afford
I
anything
text
right
my
now.
project manager right now to send the number, and I'll just forward
Okay.
the number.
All right, thank you. Good luck tonight.
Yeah.
I'll tell you out there.
Hey, babe, you need to say that, don't you?
Yeah.
Bad? Relax. Relax, chief.
Chi has a cut on. She only has a cut on her shoulder, so I need to go check it out. I'll be right back. truck's pumping. I kept trying to pull away. I didn't know what was going on. But good thing. Why? Don't you think it's worth it working at 130? I don't think it's necessary. Yeah, this is the only tree that I'm aware of. Ooh, yeah. Ozone said, ask for those discs they're cutting off. Take one of those for us. Yeah, we didn't have a driveway on our old house. So like this driveway is literally longer than our old house. Our old house was 650 square feet. No driveway, no garage. Well, we don't have grass, so. What? I didn't think it was much. I think that pile over by Trevor is what they're keeping for us.
Oh, perfect. That's a good.
Yeah.
That's a manageable amount. You can go along with it.
And then just like next to just past the stuff, you can see they have a couple of 3-inch. So. He's doing all that blind. He has no idea where it's at, and he's just picking it up like he can see it. Yeah, it was overhanging our entire driveway. I got a guy that's good truth. Let's forget about it. Honestly, if y'all are in Dallas, Fort Worth, yeah. If y'all are in Dallas, Fort Worth and ever need any sort of tree service, these guys, they're called like Morningstar, I think's the name of the company. Literally top notch.
No way it gets all of that.
Crucifix wants us to keep the little roll on the top.
What are we gonna do with it?
With like a table rest.
A table rest?
Yeah, like you put the table, like a bigger tabletop on top of it. Yeah, it's too heavy for us to move though. If he's having to use this to move those, yeah. Ozone, I think those discs he cut are for us because I asked him if he could cut us something for a tabletop. Yeah, I hope nobody needs us this service, but they do regular like tree trimming, so.
Showing off for the camera now. are they going to get that up in the trailer? Damn, he's just going to put it in. That's insane. That's crazy. It's kind of like watching test hits.
Yeah.
So this is going to be my new channel. I'm going to go to construction sites and watch people build shit.
There's people like go to airports and just
If I
watch
just follow
them.
the crew around, promote their business, I'll set up a live stream. If you want to live stream your business, get with me.
They might have to take it out because of...
Yeah, if they can't.
I think because the grinder might fuck it up. It's a
Oh,
big
look.
chainsaw. Nice.
Hey, you got it. Hey, that's $40, man. I'll take that. Thank you. That's the expensive one. It didn't even break when the tree fell.
Oh, didn't it? I paid extra. I paid for the strongest one.
Yeah.
And the hose is good. Okay.
They're going to have a lot of stones.
Yeah, I'm going to tell them. I'm sure he's... Yeah, he's been doing it for a time.
Yeah, we're keeping all those pieces, right?
I think so. That's that whole stack and then any of the other ones. That's just dirt. Because you can just pour that dirt back in the hole, because there's going to be a hole. They were trying to move that bag of dirt away, and I was like, don't worry about it.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Just go right back in.
You can just throw the bag in there, probably.
So that bag is good.
What? That's crazy.
Makes you sad. They does a nice flat. I love it. My friend said that they'll come and pick up anything. They have room at their house to dry stuff. So I wonder if she can
We
dry
just tell them
all-
to leave those pieces?
Yeah. That's the way now.
Probably too late. Go grab it and throw it on the top if you want it.
They don't smell it.
Nah, it's all. Those are a bunch of multiple colors.
Yeah, the tree stump is almost fully like level. Like you
Can we just keep the stump?
No, they're just laying it down. They're not even taking the stump out.
It's too heavy.
Yeah.
Should go take a picture of the. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. smashing the front door.
My computer on and then showering, so it's not on my
So I need to move the Cadillac.
You saw how little it was.
I want to push Boo Boo out so he gets a little rain on him. He's dusty. Whoa. Nobody
His
cares.
face knows this. It's like this.
Here we go. This is what everybody wants to see.
It's crazy that I had that little elm tree, and that day I just decided, fuck it, I'm gonna.
It's a good thing you saved all those rocks before then you were about to just cover it up. Whatever's under there is probably going to stay under there.
Jesus Christ. What? Oh, wait. I've had that elm tree over there for a year, and I decided the day before that tree fell and squished it, to find it a new place.
Look at that piece, baby.
Right.
Look at that piece in the back.
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty.
Like, if it wouldn't be unsafe to leave that stump there, I would love it.
Yeah.
I know how, like.
They're gonna do the stump later, I think.
Because of the rain?
Yeah.
For sure. I'm surprised that they kept doing it.
At least they cleared the driveway.
Yeah. No, no, they're moving it.
Sorry.
It goes all the way around it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to tell them, but they can't hear me.
Yeah. Is that the? Yeah, that one, right? Oh yeah. Oh, that's smart. That's smart. That's cool.
Those are the ones I didn't pay for, so if they break, they break.
Either way, though, it doesn't matter. It's just a Cadillac.
If the window shatters after all of this, I'd be really sorry.
Look at the shot I got, baby. You like that better? Or?
Where's Chad? dog that pays the deposit at Home Depot.
Really?
Yeah. That size is like $600 a day.
That'd make a really comfortable seat. It's starting to rain now. It's starting to rain hard now.
It's crazy the amount of times this fucking Cadillac died. And then they finish. And then it saves our roof. And Trevor together. Sheila and Trevor together saved our roof. Oh.
Ooh.
Did you see that? I wonder how long this roots last. The house across the street, that tree caused damage to their sewer. They thought, and I was like, no, your sewer is just collapsed with cold. She's like, I'm saving money to take it down. And the other guy's like, no, I'm gonna save it. I bet you that thing's gonna come down. Because look how it gets half dead in so many places. And then they see what happened to ours, and they're probably gonna be like,
I can't believe how clear the driveway is right now. They cleaned everything up, man.
Oye, ¿sí trabajaste? ¿No quiero bajarte a terminar pinche turno? ¿Sí? ¿De qué? ¿Fue lo que le dije?
You guys great, man. Y'all are awesome.
How does it look?
Amazing. Y'all are phenomenal.
Yeah, we thought about coming back and do the Stump tomorrow, you know, but might as well. I mean, I think the house we already kind of, getting wet, so.
I'm gonna recommend you guys a lot. So
Do you have the way to put air on the?
Yes, yeah, we can get the air back in the tires. We have a little pump.
Oh,
Actually, that's why we replaced the left tire because it had a nail in it. We've been replacing air for like 3 months. So
okay.
I'm well used to replacing air in the tires. But yeah. That's all it was.
You gonna have something to
Y'all scared that car, man. That's what I've been telling
you.
you.
It just putting pressure on it.
But
Yeah.
last night you saw it went down a little bit more. If y'all didn't help me move that out, I would
Yeah,
have another car.
and that's because, you know, one valve, the weight is still was kind of pushing it.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
I mean,
You guys saved it, so I appreciate it. Well worth it.
okay. Yeah,
Molly's at the bank right now. She's
Yeah.
going back with gas.
and that's the thing, you know what, even when we work in somewhere else, like if we have some kind of emergency, like, you know, some trip help or something that people need a lot of time, you know, coming in and out or whatever.
Right.
We stop at what we're doing and we, you know,
We definitely both times y'all helped us.
yeah, we put something like this first, you know, because it's kind of emergency stuff.
Yeah. They even helped Molly put the cover on the car.
Yeah.
That was everybody on the street saw that and was very happy.
Yeah, you probably see, you know, how to work on it. I mean,
We're gonna chop the
that,
top off.
that.
I think it's either gonna be a race car or we're gonna
Well, you
fix it for a street car.
You gotta look at it on the, you know, best way anyway.
Yeah.
I mean,
It is what it is.
something, so.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, I'll wait a little bit. She went
Yeah.
to the back, right?
Yeah. She's at the bank. She's coming right
Oh,
back.
okay.
So yeah.
Yeah, I'll wait here.
It'll be about 10, 15 more minutes.
Okay.
But I'll be inside. I got the baby sleeping.
Okay.
So.
All right,
Thank
man.
you guys.
Yeah. Look at that. You guys want to see it? See where it used to be? And then we're going to sign off. Boom, dudes. Look at that, man. It's so bright, dude. There's the other oak. See how big this one is. The other one was twice as big. And covered all the way to the street. This is going to be crazy to get used to for sure. Well, I got to get Boo Boo out of here. Oh, if y'all wanted to see the damage to the Cadillac, this is really all the damage that it took right here. Isn't that crazy? Glass didn't break. In fact, this still opens up. Look at that. It still opens, bro. I love this car, man. I'm never going to sell it. I don't give a fuck what you guys say in the chat. I don't care how much of a piece of shit it is. I love it.
Where's They cleaned it all up?
Yeah.
Remember the big mess right here?
On the car.
Yeah, we got the car covered up.
Yes.
Yeah. Look. Did they clean it all up?
Yeah.
Yeah, does it look a little different out there?
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit. covered up right now, isn't it? Yeah. Alright, you gonna tell the stream bye-bye? You just woke up from your nap.
See, we just woke up from the nap. Alright, say bye, everybody. Say bye-bye. Say bye-bye.
Bye bye.